Hello, hello, hello. Ocean with the person. Hey, Scarf. Hey, Ocean. How y'all doing? Hello, hello. We are here finally with episode 2 of The Devil. This is something I've been looking forward to. Just got released recently, and I was gifted it. Thank you, Ocean. Thank you. Doing pretty good. How's yourself? I'm doing pretty decent. Not too tired at the moment. I did have coffee, so that's kind of kicking in right now. Is it just me, or is the category wrong? Is the category wrong? Let me see. Oh, you're right. It is wrong. What the? I thought I changed it. Oh, thank you. I just realized that. I wish I could change it on OBS, but there we go. Category is now right. It's funny because first thing I did was change it on YouTube. I thought I did that before stream. Usually that's what I usually do, but nope. Thank you for checking the YouTube, Ocean. So yeah, we're back here of The Devil, episode 2. The first episode, when did that come out? I think that came out... It was like somewhere in September, right? Hold on. Maybe we can see like a save file or something. This is episode 0. May was episode 0. But when did... Yeah, this is episode 0. Got me confused there. Yeah, so we did episode 0 in May. I think it was like July or August we did episode 1. And then episode 2 just came out like a week ago. To recap episode 1, we met... what's the android's name? Her name's Serena, right? Where is it at? So 1 bonus. Oh yeah. Did we go through these already? I don't remember. We met the adjunct, which is the AI judge. Well, they have 2 judges. Well, I think the adjunct's just the overseer, because they have an actual judge during the case in this world. The adjunct is the AI overseer. That's okay. I was just wondering, like, when we last played this. Yumi, Emma, Morgan, Midnight, Recovered Files, David. Episode 0. So London and Reyes are the detectives, the 2 detectives. Morgan was the guy, Carlos was the guy we were defending. Morgan is who we're playing as. I think her name's Serena, right? Our android companion. Right, we were defending David, and David's the one who created Serena. Oh, May, okay. Yeah, I think I remember what happened with this trial, who the guilty one was. And I don't think we Did we get a twist at the end? I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a twist at the end. I'm kind of curious about episode 2, if there's going to be a twist. I mean, we say twist, but we know from episode 0 what kind of person Morgan is. Oh, here we go. Profiles. Profiles? No profiles? Why would they give this to me here? That's so weird. Okay. Two days before my birthday. Ah. All right, let's get this started here. So this. There we go. All right. I tried to continue to see if I can continue the same save file, but it didn't let me, so I guess we gotta start from here. Episode 2. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. High roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Saving, okay. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. Maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can be earned anytime in settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart the episode. Okay. Is intended to encourage risk taking, save scumming. Okay. So let's do high roller mode. I think we did high roller mode for episode 1, right? Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in the settings. It's been a while. I'm sure everything is pretty straightforward once we get into it, but let's just turn on the tutorials for now. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings? Piece of shit still trying to lie. What? Mathings is our senator, man. What? Still? Shit. Hey, wake up. From the top, I guess. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 2086. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. There's an episode 3. Oh, you know. I think it's gonna be like. I don't know. Maybe 4 episodes? I'm not sure. I think I read that somewhere. Dog does know how to shake. You can. Okay. Again, in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So, we calibrated yet, or what? No. Oops, I missed that. What did he say? Backlog. No. We missed 2. No, but we're as close as we're gonna get with the equipment this old. You wanna get the real questions? Or does he need more softening up? I just said... Okay, so we caught up here. I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the Barbadosine will drop you like an anchor. What? don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? What's happening? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line. I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. Oh, look. Is it the first time we've seen her out of her suit? God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. You memorized the map. You kept it. Oh? Usually when something comes up like that, it means that Morgan's up to something, right? Either she's up to something or she's like hiding something. Cool new outfit, right? I can't see it yet on Steam, but as soon as I... You're that worried about a paper trail? Protective Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-anon an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be well read as Reinhard Diamani. Sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice? Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing's ever changes. In the lower wards. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Right. Remember, we know who the Heartbreak Killer is. Right? That's what she's called, Heartbreak Killer? Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. The irony. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Virtuvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods are being printed to demand? It's replaceable parts, not the mods that the Rust harvests. Virtuvian, HOW, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the blue blood sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. If I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air. We make our descent down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me the way the city of woe, through me the way of eternal dole, through me the way among the lost. There it is again. This always comes up when something about Morgan. Oh, what the fuck? Welcome to the underground, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. Smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. I'm like in the way, hold on a second. I know I'm not super in the way, but I just want to make sure everything is visible here. Okay. But there's an honesty to all human interactions down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still, it's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. When did the screen go black? Ow. What's happening? Be the cyber. Avoid the populated streets, turn away from brightly lit spots. I don't know what's going on. I'm sure we're supposed to feel this way too. And it's Morgan we're dealing with, so we don't really know what's on her mind right now. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. I don't know either. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. Okay, so it looks like she's trying to find something, but what? It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Also, we haven't seen Serena yet, so we don't know if this is the present time. Rather than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So, if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Oh yeah, could be the past, yeah. Ooh. Scope out, examine. Let's examine this. The windows are dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too. So it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Is there anything else that we can see out here? Doesn't look like it. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt, just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man, respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Fair enough. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There's a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark, but there's a camera out front and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Huh. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Okay. Oh, what? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh. That's an awful lot of eyes. Hey. Great acting. You're supposed to be the lookout? Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away. At least they can take direction. Whatever. Lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? I'm so confused on like what's happening because they didn't give us any specifics about what's happening. Like why we're here. Everything just started so suddenly. So I'm curious. Call, money, knock. I highly doubt the answer with knocking. Money, I don't think it would be a factor. Call? Hey! You open? Oh, that call. Maybe not for me. No answer. Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shave and a haircut? No, that would be silly. Money? I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I placed my hand against the door, absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you forget it. I'll find some other. No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Alright, why are we here? The door is not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. It took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street, or maybe a shooting gallery, with blaring musical accompaniment. Blech. Don't get any ideas, got no vacancy. And here I thought I found my dream home, mister. Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks who'll pay top for a site to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent, but like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious? Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curious-er. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. Right, this is a cyberpunk world, so it makes sense that the outside is polluted. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket now. Do we just agree? Let's deflect and see what happens. God, I was wearing it. Why so nervous though? We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves too. So what's their game? This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Which one should I choose? Should I choose refuse, or refuse? Let's choose refuse. That's not happening, bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest. I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Alright. We still don't know why we're here. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. Who are you? Huh? Who are all these people? Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of like the canopy like ripe ass shit fruit. Cause she didn't fall out of the damn sky. That means Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Tanks, come on, How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Well, she has. Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette. It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop. They think I'm a cop, and cops can't use drugs when undercover. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? Should we just accept it? Accepting it feels like a trap. Refusing it feels like a trap. Ah, man. Accept. Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey! Damn, bitch, breathe! What you offered. Trey, who the hell is this? This. Red bitch. You trying to jinx us? She's a customer? I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creep, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so it's legit, right? Dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. So is Creek the leader? I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek, with all the other shit we're expecting to shovel. Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer. You'd think the word was old toothpaste to the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Thanks, yeah, Miller, I know. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? Know what? I got a better idea. Oh? The loud one, Tanks, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool to my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in and try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholsters his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. So Creek is in charge? Mid-tiers, like I thought. They got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed. So, we good? We're good. We're good. We are good. Right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. Lot of moving parts neath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Okay. This is interesting. Observe. What's this? You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Okay. What's this? Remark. Did I interrupt the game? Well, what's your poison? 5 cards, full blind, Monaco rules. Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn, thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practice that one a lot. Practice it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. Alright, let's see, who's this? You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just cause I was exercising before you shut up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? Goddamn, how many times has she been called a bitch in the ever since we started? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun, pulling the triggers too many times, right? Also easy. Oh, yeah. Also easy is what she said in her head. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out the first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. Fistfights is juvie. Sounds like recess shit. Sorry, fisticuffs. Laugh it up. First time you hear the sound of it, a sound a steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right, sorry. Alright, let's see here. Let's talk to Sunshine here. What? Nothing. You just kinda glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again. Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Huh. Interesting. Which is funny because her whole theme is like red, right? They keep calling her red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Nah, you see the Red Hood? Then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is, whoa, the Red Hood? Is this another killer that she made up? Which is funny because the Red Hood isn't a a character in DC Comics. One second. Take some Mucinex right now. Oh, I don't have any. God damn it. Alright, I guess we gotta make do. We got like stuffy nose. Yeah, this is the second time we heard mention of the Red Hood. Weird, but it won't doom you. Great, it'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami, Grim Reaper of the lower wards. Spotter on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Creep, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wards seeking revenge? No, never. You sick? Not really. Just a little congested right now. Nah, I'm not sick. I just get mucusy every now and then. Thought even uptowners knew this stuff. Oh, uptowners. What if she is this new killer Red Hood? I mean, there's a good chance that she is. You gonna tell me you never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord Next? Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night, and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, did you mean stepladder? Now who's afraid? You look pale as spit. Because for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost the bet. Alright. Huh? The door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? Was that a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. Alright. Alright, come here. Pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Diners filtered out, doors closed at 10. You all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy, even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy, a paying customer. Happy to have you. Oh, he's equating us to that asshole. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now, what are you here for? Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build the story. This creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seems entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem... sober? Me? You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill. You could do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in school. Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I've never talked about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned. My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I was actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So, boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for that the best graduation ever. That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller, stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally, I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right? Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, round the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Huh. Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners, but a pretty lady like me, this part of town, guess I was just being careful around new faces. Ah, she used his words right back at him. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder though, why'd a high-power corporate move shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go across the skywalk over to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hells are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icarias? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Icaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly too. Hey, get it straight. The Icaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So, what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own phone. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they could stir it into their watered down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other hand? Got plenty, long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. Got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve, fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller. Sounds great! Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. Checks out. Right. The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted. Trey. It's not meant to be one tap Purchase. Dark card, the gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognize it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. 1 second. Alright. Kind of blowing my nose there for a bit. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So, what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark, spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherrywood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek, but I was referring to your paperweight. Oh, yeah, that. You like it? Yes. Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming, have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize. Prize? It's not yours. Something I picked up on the job. No. Masculine voice muffled, possibly gag. Oh, this is what we saw in the beginning, right? Or probably the person we heard in the beginning. And stifled as it pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't as stupid as you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The card's still in process. Still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power. 2, apparently. Batteries plummeting. But dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Ah. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Oh. Did she kill him? Either she found a dead body or she killed him and took it. Blood Blue Dead Knight. Your boss must have been a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe not very smart. Not very smart, though. Baby. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Good on you. Ripping off the bastard. Woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification, and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah. Is there a problem? No problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read, or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful with stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make it. What's so special about them? I mean, them. If they exist, which they don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. State pulls up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower. Back and forth, up the escalator. But a no mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition, fractalized active defense. Any camera scanner or ad looks at the mask. They'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busy street in the city and brick every camera in half a kilometer. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So, how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the back of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, cause you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She some kind of meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say, now could I? Oh yeah, I did such, I'll do that. Thank you. Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase. Definitely got the nerve of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we are having this conversation. Honestly, always speeds up the negotiation. So, in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you've entertained a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door, is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So just clear the glasses here. So we're gonna give them the dark card? I don't think it'd be enough for the no mask. Right? Well, we don't know what she wants exactly. I just assume it's the no mask. So, the card for the mask. Okay, there it is. Not even close. The card plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but not cash then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country. That's some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to a narco-terrorist now. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak? To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him. You blue bloods have been fighting the rest, the Karia, the state, and everyone who wants peace for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him, nothing you'd want to ask him. If he was sitting right in front of you, the irony, because the heartbreak is sitting right in front of him. The following scene contains what? What? The following scene contains, it says nothing. Right? It's blank. Loud noises. Ah, shit. Okay. Prepare your ears, everybody. Flashes of light. Okay. Flashing light warning, guys. Depictions of violence and gore. Okay. Well, that's expected. Is it gonna happen? I feel like they're gonna put us in a conference and then they're gonna do it. Hell of a bluff. I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating. Having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just The mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. Did you get a buy or what, creep? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet. Make the customers think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. That was the one thing that they asked her to do. Take off her gloves. And now we're hearing heartbeats. I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Oh, is it happening now? Is it happening now? Pure discretion advised. And it has a thumbs up guy. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. What's happening? Is Morgan gonna kill them all? I bet you as soon as I click, it'll probably turn the scene all bloody and stuff. Less than one heartbeat. There it is. Wait, where'd she pull the gun from? Because they searched her, right? Or did she take the gun from the guy? I did tell him to mind the safety. Huh? The big one made a small noise. Oh yeah, she took the gun from him. Small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy sh... Ooh. He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder. As I place my knife directly into his carotid. Carotid? Oh yeah, carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Oh, that's a bad idea. He's gonna bleed out if he pulls it out. Someone's been stabbed. What to do? When applying first aid to a punctured wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. And all the other stuff is covered in blood. I think it says apply pressure and then some other stuff. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag, hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So, that just leaves... hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty. But, hindsight 2020. Oh, also they mentioned the red hood, right? She was wearing a red hood. So unless, I think they probably made ghost stories about it, but it's actually a new killer or something that people think is a new killer. The gun's double-barreled 2 shots spent, and Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. A sword? What the hell? Why not? Oh, shit. Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck! What? I don't know what that says. Episode 2 is due. Huh. I guess we start off with a murder. But the question is, why did Morgan murder them? I guess we'll find out. I highly doubt they're gonna explain why. Maybe to rescue whoever was behind that door? Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Ooh, that's gruesome. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but... well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed a lot of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of gunfire. And the gun was heavily modified. If it somehow has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. Let's go. Morgan's like, that's what you get for calling me a bitch. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit. Wow, someone's lively. Who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? Cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tearing his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules, I thought. Blood's pulling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Gray Lady? All that red should have... You're the Russ's newest. Rabid dog. Caribou. It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're... civilian? Where's the mask? Go to hell. You just look right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. Civilian thief. Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. Ah. So she's saying it's robbery. So, you're just out of your goddamn mind. I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice. Do you really want to be rude? Seem like you can take it. The keys click into a small safe and I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page with spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay? Why do I feel like it's important? I was joking. 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is. A gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So, that's it. You. All this. All of us. For that. Just for that. I get asked the question a lot. Oh? Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes, plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. Bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose it makes sense. You wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone who can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah. Big, bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just... Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So, what gives? HBK. You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories, out the window. You go around chilling 'cause your daddy smacked you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. And what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question, straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. Whole of the law. Is that it? Don't know what you're referencing, but from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? Oh, 1 second. hydrate here real quick. Okay. I bring the mask down to my face, and again, its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creep. You're never that memorable. Told you that mask wasn't that sentence, that it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsmen can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rest. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman. Hunter. Too much meaning. Lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you. Flay you alive. Wear your skin. She laughs. What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything beat dying, staring at a face. A face like that. So, a huntsman coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more. Make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. What are we gonna do about the guy that's behind the door? I'm kind of curious. Get it back. Covered tracks. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So, I never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have need for a knife again shortly. So, I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Oh. She just bashed his head in. Fucking gruesome. What the fuck? Well, the bat's definitely spent. But his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dart card. That means I handle all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Ah, that's right, she did. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun, and my knife, But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So, what does that leave? Remember everything Morgan handled? Aw, shit. Okay. Better try, the police don't miss fingerprints. If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on, right? Focus, no mistakes. The remote control. She touched the remote, right? To turn off the music. But did she have her gloves on? She touched the drawer too. There are some things that we touched that she had gloves on. The remote. This is the remote I use to distract the big guy. Need to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. Besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. I might as well just click everything, right? That I could. The card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer, or even the Blue Bloods themselves. Now, I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slumber, and we're trying in vain to get beer money off it. You touch the sword without gloves. Yeah. That's another thing we gotta click. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands. When I brought it down on his neck, thinking back, I had dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? She did. Shit. Probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those fickle bobbies. Goddamn fickle bobbies. Okay, there's more on this side. Cigarette. I mean, we didn't really touch the cigarette with our bare hands. But I'll click it anyway. Right, the keys. I took it off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance that police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. We also touched the papers, but I didn't see that as an option. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. You did put your mouth on the cigarette. That's true. That's true. We did. The cigarette was in my mouth. There you go. Prints can be removed with a swipe of a sleeve, but saliva? No choice. I'll have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing, if I'm feeling masochistic. Tasted like microwave sand sprinkled with aluminum and artificial sweeteners. Sounds gross. Cigarettes do scatter particles. If forensics finds them but can't match them to a source, well, so what? All they'll know is that there was a horrible spliff here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. Okay, where's the papers we threw? I feel like we got most everything. There wasn't anything else that we touched, right? I mean, it's not giving me the option for the papers. Nothing else, right? I think that's it. Say progress, check, look. Oh, it just gives me this. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and advance. I think that's it. And nothing here. Okay. Can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? That's it, right? Right. Just a quick look. Alright, yeah, let's go. Call it here. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene's been set. Okay, maybe the fact that they gave us chips tells us that we did it right. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishments. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Oh boy. Oh boy. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit. Sense full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick if it weren't for all the blood. Right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gag, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged. These syringes. They want him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do, under these circumstances. You must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. What? What do you mean, too bad? The bat that's barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on the blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of four of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Ooh. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. Oops. I missed that. What is that? Okay, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already. Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. Damn. So she left him alive, but well, that's risky. Oh, think it was, but like I practice. Irashai. Pardon. Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender. They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I had to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. But yes, she can take a minute when learning those ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. When she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely. but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the book. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting his bar up and running. It takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, lone whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. She walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees by 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Very topical. Do I hear a touche? Here's the android. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait. That's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense. But if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews, so you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what do you do with that money? Stop it. You're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? Practice. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with her? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials. Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on locations anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar side manner. He says that his clientele expects a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Okay. Cat? Cat? Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Anything else here? Ooh. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Kitty. Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel named a new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves of the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when the patent was leaked to the global net. Now Proteca, an investment firm and long-time financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius, asked to respond to the suit's allegations and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were... God damn. 1 second. Sorry about that. For some reason, I keep getting my nose congested. I try to take like Mucinex, but I'm all out. I wish I had like some cough drops or something too, or like something minty. That'll clear my sinuses. The plane I took to get there. What do we have? If the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What we've created is non-combustible. It is expensive to distill. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it. Energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly on it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time, scale trend to zero. I disagree that energy is limitless. The sun will burn out eventually. Saying it's limitless is... Science's progress moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics and that process. I'll share some with you, but I might get you sick if I do. No problem. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. One person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. Okay. For a pop sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of... Isn't it like renewable energy? Where's the article? Helium fuel. Battery power couldn't generate. Lift to get off the ground. There are no fossil fuels. Crane is non-combustible. It's expensive to distill. Steel wasn't profitable before. Leaking your data intentionally so that others around. I don't think it's legally wise for me to try and summarize. Proteka's lawsuit against me and my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. And like renewable energy, science is progress. Move forward. Sounds like fuels, but renewable energy. More sources of renewable energy, yay. Could have solved the issue a century ago if we kept boiling water with uranium, but I think bronchitis, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, when I was a kid, my parents thought I had pneumonia, but I ended up being bronchitis. It was like the worst I've ever been sick. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Perished the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, let's see. There's the kitty. Is there anything around here? It's the kitty. It's a lucky cat. Yeah. Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say. I just keep coughing and it hurts a lot. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but ooh, that'd be bad. Peruse. It's a well-stocked bar, got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night, and cool on a hot day. Now, all that's left to do is wait for the customer to stream in. Any day now. Think I'm ready to order. Of course. Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them. Like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? So, I guess what happened last night? Hey, Catsy. Thank you for the alert. Your information was accurate, for the most part. pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. Yeah, that's what they did. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? The tables. On my second day, you told me to not to over polish them in order to keep them lo-fi? Lo-fi? Lo-fi. Oh, there we go. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started apprenticeship at Masters and If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How do we meet? How we met, huh? Well, that story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt's finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck subs on point spreads. I gamble. One sec. Okay. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous mask ball, cult vibe, blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Oh? Ira shy? Or is it more firm? Ira shy? Oh, that's very cyberpunk. Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. I like the name Shade Slick. The other guy's what? Suits Noir. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, thank you. Think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still, getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt We look like petty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. By mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel a deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well, that name ring any bells, Mr. Diamati? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan, Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We could set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. The fact that they're all blacked out probably means they're not important. They're probably the messenger trying to get us. Or the retrievers or whatever. So, who is we then? You think you're funny. Compared to you? Morgan. These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. Excuse me. On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. Oh, interesting. From previous episodes? It pays to stay informed. I'm familiar. You are. I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize the name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night. So maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas. They're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry. Might I ask the nature of this engagement? Situation is devolving, Mr. Diamati. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business or... The Ikari are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such a gentleman. Knew those suits weren't just for show? I could see myself out just fine though. Adonai, what's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Alright, so what's this gonna be about? Boss? Who were those men, really? New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Icaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? All right, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt in the liquor. Waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka, and what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility, you know what that is. Historically, the ruling class is enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility, old money, is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. It's only so much wealth you can accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Try to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. You shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago, a recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So, while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying. For pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of money. The new nobility. Neobility, if you were writing a thick piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer baron. When the government of the world tried to reprivatize the industry, they had taken over with emergency powers. They were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom: steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the red decade as the Icaria cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they are a crime family, like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Icaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminals. They're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times? Yeah. So, what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Stupid. Most important ingredient. What? Did that say childhood? I couldn't tell. Drop of grenadine. Ooh, grenadine. I haven't had grenadine in a while. That's like something I like to mix into my some drinks. It's like pomegranate. The Lady Maria. Ooh, it's beautiful. This is nothing. We use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Alright, I guess we're back with Red, huh? Oh, that's pretty cool. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy at least was nice, but with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck, but I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night, but for some reason, they placed their attention on me. Yeah, wonder why. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here in here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance of... Maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room. Quiet. I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Oh? Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You could take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Ooh, okay. What's this? Admire. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. Oh, they're indoors? Are they indoors? I guess they are indoors, huh? It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. go fish. If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature to 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Okay, we got a file here. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. Oh, not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. P.S. Proposition Cities ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expect to face... Oh, right, they mentioned that in the beginning, the Senator Mathings. I think that was just to check and see if their hostage was in the right mind or something. I don't know. Opposition from party outliers. City officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. Record high monthly budget for the police department. Security services, private security services include White Adder, Fang, and Demi Co. Excuse me, has released a press statement urging city councils to consider contracting their services. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics, and any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mothers' basement once we get our boots on the ground. City Council declined to comment. The national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke. And we're the punchline. Okay. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever. I got the important part. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Isn't it hiring mercenaries? Because they mentioned like the candidate was already chosen, right? Budget, police department, but a coalition. Heartbreak was bad enough now. It's interrogation tactics. City Council, national political spotlight, lobbyists, delegates, most of them. 2 weeks convention for a nominee that was decided 2 years ago. It's a joke, and we're punchline footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothings. What was the question again? Backlog. Cities hosting the convention next one, putting pressure on their council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Oh yeah, I'll hydrate and stretch. Stretch. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll just be fine. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though. Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate that was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country is already a circus without any bread. You'd think at least they could do is make the performance entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are you? Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Oh? Who are you? Well, the fact that we could see him makes him an important character, possibly. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? Okay. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution, a little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costume and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all. She's the one? Doesn't look like much. Peons, they're called peons. Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still, the young master returns. Okay, another door opening. This the young master? Wait. You're late. Hold on, wait. Young master, sir, everyone's slowed down. Wait, is that the kid that we saw earlier? Excuse me. 1 second, let me blow my nose. Okie dokie. Yeah, was that the kid we saw earlier? We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone? You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, You'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Ugh. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Yep, Art of War by Sun Tzu. I've read that. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War, I might just... What is the number one rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So I say. So say I. Oh God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time. Again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am the lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense, Mr. How should I address you? As all outsiders do by my name. Makoto. Of House Ikaria. Akaria? You, Morgan, criminal defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I shall let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later. Or some such thing. Miss defends. Mrs. Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. An instant? Right then. So you want to hire me. One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. Oh, is it the... What if it's the guy that we left alive? In the beginning? Because we never knew who he was. You want to hire me. And I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Akaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Miss Defense? Miss Defense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally it wouldn't matter. but when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job, meaning all of this starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive home, over. The nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Akaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Ikaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the boardroom tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Though Aria, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renigen Pharmaceutical Corporation and what's past is prologue. Renigen, they're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renigen presently? The company went public years ago, and Aria divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality, and that's the extent of it. Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull with Renigen, then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary. Talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defense. But you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting. And if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renigen has no relation to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Icaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Icaria, CEO of the Icaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one of the with a law degree would be educated enough to know what it is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir! You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. That is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. No, I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they are grown, attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for this, in this instance. If only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Icaria, for long, very long. One way or another. The manner. I'll admit, I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens, yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically that take quite the equation? It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of these servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's all right. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Icaria. Really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Icaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances. And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct? Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that that in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it, yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. Ah, it is the same guy. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Look at the way she's drawn. Yeah. I mean, like, it's basically her fault. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this the peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocence of a crime I framed him for. Yeah, fuck. Right. Right then. Might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken? Or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. 5 murders? Wait, 5 murders? Wait a minute, 5 murders? Was there 5 people? No, there was only 4. There's the guard, the guy with the gun, right? The guard. The other dude that patted us down. The boss guy of those guys. And then the guy that led us there. There was only 4, but there's 5? He said there's 5. And what did we say before that? I didn't skip that. I think it just auto did that, but hold on, let me see. Of course they are, but don't worry, I'm confident that I can. Unless... Huh. So there's 5 bodies. Interesting. No 4. A 5th one makes it a mystery now. More of a mystery now. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5. It's absurd. You can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? So there's a cop there too? Huh. Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No. They made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. Should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take their death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain that this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. Hound. I've known him all my life. Wait, he's the Hound? Sasuke Ikaria is the Hound? All 3 or 4 years of it. There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this, but proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto, but you will. Frick, a family member. Yeah. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than your customarily receive for a contract, considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes. Your meaning is taken. It need be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city, as can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this handout. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. They also mentioned that cops were being killed, right? Was it in an article, or was it like someone told us like there was cop killers out there? Cop killer out there? If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot before it's all upside down. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were even in doubt. True prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sasuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Alright, I guess we gotta defend this Sasuke guy. Morgan's my last name, by the way. Before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated. Alright. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you, if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Oh. It's her, what is it? It's her aunt, right? Hey. Are any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still bask at that shit, though. I still don't give a shit. Is she like, what is it, Gen Alpha or something, right? This lady right here. The person that we're texting right now, they're on. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice. The aura loss is incredible. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non-sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non-sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers, it's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor redactors they pinned multiple homicides on. Oh, that probably says fuckers. It is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in, stuck with, like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is, you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs, they all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and famous, and the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. negotiating appearance fees. And taking my 30%. 30%. You really are shameless. That's what she said. All right. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. You say they never hear from you, and I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me, they're the ones who are busy. All right. $20.86. Oh, what's this? Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left the crime scene. Oh, detainment. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Oh. The fuck? He reminds me of fucking Eren Yeager. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they'd broken me, and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you, but the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Cool. Sosuke. I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. He does. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah, right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sasuke, of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar. Well, it is only part-time. Ah, right. So, tell us, Sasuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. My what? Are you asking about, do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm a private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and the young master has spoken on this matter. I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sasuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Tell me about you. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sasuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong services to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are more various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the heir with my life. Oh, hence why he was concerned with Makoto. From the time you were able to walk, there's a lot of demand for a toddler bodyguard. All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction? It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they ask your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sasuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living. I would say my name is Sasuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seems like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being Sart. Glad we've all broken the ice. Taken captive. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. Young Master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevator along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again and separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah. It was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding, comms were jammed. I'd review the entire building's blueprints beforehand, not very useful information obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself. And I did something unforgivable. You left the kid. I picked him up over my shoulders. Oh, well, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator? I take it that's when things, yes. I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under the tarped doorway. At my 7 o'clock, one tall, one thin. Yeah. From this silhouette, it looks like we can tell who it is. It's the guys that we saw in the beginning. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire, and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shifted into a horse rider stance and deflected the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me, just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. This is the guy that we saw at the entrance, or that took us in from the entrance. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick, but it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. That's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. It makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles in the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lips and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sasuke? So you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto? What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics and I knew our vulnerabilities, yet still I failed. Sasuke, that is not incorrect. Adonai, am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard at least one shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No. No one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personal security for Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. That may suggest that the people that own that building may be the ones that may be in cahoots with the Blue Bloods. Maybe. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame. Oh, wait. His sword. That was the sword we used to kill the green hair guy. So cool. You walk around town with what? A samurai sword? You just assume it's a katana. Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position with the house and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it. Yeah. The sword that we used to kill the guy. It's the same sword. It has to be, right? Because what reason would they have that sword for? I mean, there may be reasons, like, I don't know. Weebness. Is it ceremonial then? No, it's quite sharp. I can attest to that. Yeah, there you go. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how this city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all... Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything, sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound, my wrists bound above my head. Kind of something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood, I must have bit my tongue during the spasms, and there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve lost opportunities, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong fee. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so hard. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually there was talk. Through the door I heard they were all talking to someone else. Ah, that's when we came in. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that that belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shoutings, and ugly sounds. And then a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed, and clumsily poked my hands in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight, I cut it rather than try and... the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever. If I just... Something was poking me. Something tucked in my waistband. The gun. The gun, yeah. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into the red. Just red. But then I was blinking at an IV handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. Okay. So I wonder when the cop was killed, like between what time? Morgan couldn't have been there because she doesn't know about it. At least she's showing us that she doesn't know about it. It's possible that Morgan may have done it. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape. The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. Truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Selsuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, 1 or 2 of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can mist me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. It's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking. Sure it's bullets, right? Because what did he say? First scenario, want to kill me when needing excuses, let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun. And then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. Huh. And they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity he was still lacking. He had a knife, he had the gun. It has to be the bullets, right? In the brief I read, 2 of the pods were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sasuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sasuke's name for 2 of the murders? There's no proof the gun was already emptied by the time he got his hands on it. Which is right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence that they need to claim I fired it. How about the second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. The thing is, that's what really happened, and Morgan knows it. Except the cop part. The cop dying part. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? A rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else's who's. Oh yeah, I'll do that. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. You mean, yes. I was in the military. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No. So drop it. She is good at following orders. It could take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids, right? I don't think he knows that Sarah's an android. Yeah, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? Yeah, the glowing barcode on her forehead, or above her forehead. And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sasuke? I've taken lies before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out of that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. Hey, for his excuse, he's tired and clearly half blind. Hey, he's me. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. Oh, so he got a sword? That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop, they say I killed? How did he die? Right, we don't know how the cop died. The cop's death is still a mystery to us. Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital. I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Grit. Come on, my hair isn't. It's gray. Maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I never liked you, Morgan. Ah, you're breaking my... I had to notice. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be. He's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. Proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Wait, how does she know that? Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being removed between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So, let's just say it. Your coworker kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you've got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You've got to be shitting me. That's bloodied KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage? He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor, protective details are compromise of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What? In the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor is not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch. It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I'd give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... what? Commit a crime yourself too? Also, how would they know that he was a cop killer? I mean, he was there at the scene, but there's like, you wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Oh yeah, she mentioned that before. You either have it or you don't. I think in the previous episode. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch, yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. And unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Oops, what did I miss? Whatever, think what you want, creep. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. You've got to be. What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been racing to go on this, now that Sasuke has actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first, and lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sasuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door, and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, and if I focus my lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. You'd think after what happened last night that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner. It's okay, sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London. It's in Blue Blood territory. Blue Blood territory, outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy, kind of a perv. Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Oh, right. Her name is Evangeline, right? Evangeline Morgan is her name. Hey, you coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the med kits in this dusty old place. Piece of what? Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Alright. Gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. He didn't answer the question. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. No, this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here, all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? I bet you will probably hear that in the bonus interview parts. You know how we get like interviews after the game in the bonus section? Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sasuke's innocence. It won't be easy given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. Ikaria. That'd be nice. What is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second. Sorry, guess I should have asked before. I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cops can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. That's considerate. Autocabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you want to discuss in private, detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice, but Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's this city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you alive if need be. Oh, they will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? Ha! It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Maybe more sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate, or you could just call it a quagmire, or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back. Friendly fire. Tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. They're telling me the entire police force is corrupt? Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism? There you go. What the? Oh, thanks for that. The state pays criminals, informants, to rat on their peers and lets them keep their position. In exchange, orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is chaotic crime. So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes. She's... What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underground. Sasuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Chopin. So who was this Chopin really? An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move, first step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. He's saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? Nice. No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. You did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach. What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Woof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower ward patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in a Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That's... I don't know. You don't know. By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. So he has a partner. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria. That's who. What? That's a coincidence. That's too much of a coincidence. So the cop that got killed is the partner whose partner is the one that captured the guy who supposedly killed him. Isn't that coincidence? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? I mean, they are partners, so they're in the same area, so maybe I'm overthinking it. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sasuke wasn't just shot dead if he thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41 out of 100. You need 40 to pass. So he's not very accurate. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sasuke in the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weakness. A little too much, yeah. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was, crude. Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay? That all makes some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... Never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn. Hell, no one else is. Either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors. You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. Makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is that the state has all this strength. Oh crap, 1 second. There we go. Okay. And it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. It's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? Politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who you betting on? I mean, isn't the obvious answer the mob boss? Like a little too obvious, right? Politician. Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their necks. They grabbed for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger till it clicked. Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whoever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So, in the parable you set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own? Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police was so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought process experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Ooh. Even I know that one. To preserve free will, or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now, I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock, like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries, for your penance. Alright, so we're back here. One sec, I'm thinking. Okay. One second. Oh, we got a picture. This is the partner chopping, or no, the guy that the cop that got killed. Then we got Creek. Who else we got? Diamani, we know him. He's not involved in the case as far as we know. London, Makoto, Masters. Oh, Morgan's aunt. Miller's dead. Morgan is us. I like that they put her in her street clothes. Reyes, Sarah, Sasuke, Anchor Tanks Tan. He's dead. He's dead. Was that it? Okay. Something tells me we have to talk to the police partner sometime. Medical records. Sasuke Akari was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in the medical transport. Injuries noted. Oh, this is his injuries. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Wait, did he mention his story about breaking his hand? Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Others blood across the tops of feet. Largest wound found on the crown of skull. Back of head near the top. Oh, that's the one that the police partner did. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop here for today. I wonder if this is gonna be like a 3-parter for me to stream. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, right? Good chance I might not be streaming tomorrow. I have to check on New Year's Day. New Year's Day is... When is New Year's Day? Today is Tuesday, right? New Year's Day is Thursday. I might stream on New Year's Day. I'm not sure. Because I don't know how long this chapter is going to be. Or this episode, I should say. But, yeah. We'll pick this back up. Maybe likely New Year's Day. Unless I have other plans on the day. I highly doubt it. But yeah, I might stream it on New Year's Day. Otherwise, Friday. Probably not Friday. I mean, there's a chance. Oh, but I'm doing it so far. Yeah, same here, same here. I'm I'm glad that they added like another body to like the thing. It's like, oh, now it is a mystery. Now it's a mystery. Because we don't know anything about a cop dying. We know who killed the other 4. But we don't know about the 5th body. And how Sasuke ended up in that like situation. But I guess this next scene, I think we'll check out the evidence. We'll be building more evidence. Plus, I think it's a good time to start because it'll be fresh in our minds once we like get all that evidence into our inventory and stuff like that. I'm just wondering like how many streams I'm gonna do this in. It's either gonna be like 2 or 3 because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be finishing it the next time. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna be finishing it next time. Hopefully we do, but we'll see. I thought I was gonna stream longer, but I am getting a little bit tired. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go on longer, but I'm kind of getting sleepy right now myself, and it's early on the day too, which is weird. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And I'll definitely message you, Ocean, before I stream of the devil. I definitely will. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming by. I appreciate it. We will definitely pick this up. New Year's, maybe? I say definitely, but not sure. Possibly pick it back up on New Year's. Tomorrow I may be streaming something else, or I might just take a rest or something like that, or just chill during the New Year's Eve until New Year's. I don't know. I gotta check my plans. Likely I won't be streaming this. It depends on like certain people for certain things. We'll see. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming by. Appreciate it, and have a good one. Have a good evening, have a good morning, have a good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Done up. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.